You have a quorum, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone. I just want to welcome you to rehab on Friday morning. And it's usually tough to get everybody here, but I want to thank the members for being here. We do have a new member, and she's late, so we need to acknowledge that when she comes in, because I wanted to introduce her, but she's not here. We are going to take a break this morning to go to the floor, probably about 9:15. We'll recess the committee, and then whatever we didn't get accomplished, we'll come back after. So I know that's not typically how we run this committee, but I don't have a say on it. The chairman of rules normally steals one of our committee dates, but anyway, situation is what it is. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. The goal is to handle two of Senator McPeak's bill. If he is here, I said McPeak. I don't know why I did that. Maybe it's because David wrote it like that on my script. Did I? McPike. No, but you said we did McPeak up here somewhere. Where is it? Anyway. Senator Peake, you ready to go on your bills?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Which ones do you want to start with?
Well, I think we're going to hear, it doesn't matter, it's your pleasure, but we're going to hear testimony one time on two bills.
Yes.
And then we are going to limit testimony to 5 minutes for pros and 5 minutes against, because this is not the first time we've heard this specific topic. Many of the members of the Rehab Committee here have heard this. If the bills are reported, they're going to need to go to finance because there's a pretty good fiscal impact. So, Senator.
Can I start? We're still waiting on a couple other people in the training center bills. Can I
Right.
run through one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
1661, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, committee will bring their attention to 1661.
And we have some folks here, and with the substitute.
David, you want to roll the substitute down? Okay. Do we want to move the substitute? It's been moved and seconded to approve the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's before us. Floor is yours, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 1661 is a sex trafficking bill. And what we have found, and what Commonwealth's attorneys have found and others have found, is that
Senator, let me hold up 1 second. This is part of the subcommittee report. My chairman of the sub has, Senator Cosgrove, you just want to run through it?
I thought I'd presented it once, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, 1661 was heard in subcommittee. It provides that a valid report or complaint of child abuse or neglect where a local Department of Social Services has evaluated the allegations and determined that the local department shall conduct an investigation or family assessment may be established if the alleged victim has been identified as a victim of sex trafficking or other serious crimes. It was unanimous. Do we have to adopt the substitute here? Yeah, okay. There is a substitute. I moved the substitute. Second. Okay.
All those in favor of the substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well, we did it again.
Well, we just
Okay.
reassured it.
That's right. All right, Mr. Chairman, there was a unanimous report 5-0 to report, and I so moved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to report 1661 and re-refer to finance.
Yes, sir. That is my motion.
Clerk will call the roll.
Yeas 12, nays 0.
Senator Peake, you have another bill you want to start with?
Let's
You got to be ready for court this morning now.
I know. Looks like 1709. I have do y'all have that?
We have 1709.
And do we have, my witnesses here on, okay. There's Christine. Okay. This is part of your alcohol bill, Mr. Chairman. And I know you had come to an agreement and y'all passed that last week. This would, and we've come to agreement on the 20% part of that bill. This, we would like to change the net 30. And I have Ms. Christine Riggleman here to speak to that.
Do we have a substitute or an amendment for it? David, do you want to?
Do we?
I move the substitute, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Then moved and seconded to accept the substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The amendment?
Mr. Chair, it is an amendment. It's on line 41. After than, strike 25, insert 20. It effectively changes the commission that would be paid to a licensed distiller from 25% to 20%.
And so that brings us in conformity with what the committee has already approved. And we'd still like to be heard on a portion of that bill that y'all have approved.
Sure.
Christine, if you'll come up.
Thank you guys for your time this morning. I know things are tight, so I'll keep it as brief as I can. Basically, I'm not asking for full bottle sales in parity for the other alcohol producers that I've asked for in the past. I'm just asking to put a Band-Aid on the problems that we have in legislation. So what I'm asking for is when we pay ABC every month, on the first of every month, we have to give them 100% of bottle sales from the previous month. And so what I'm asking is they have 30 to 45 days to pay us back our portion. So what I'm asking is take out that administrative time back and forth with the money and just let us pay ABC what we owe them when it's due. To carry 2 months of operating costs for a manufacturing facility is intense and it's too much. We have payroll, we have power bills, we have grains to the farmers we have to pay. And to give 100% of your profits to someone and then have 30 to 45 days to get your portion back, it's very difficult to operate. And it's very hard to function as a business. So it should be no fiscal impact to ABC. We are just asking that no net 30, we just pay them what we owe them. So that is that box on there. The next thing we're asking for is tasting bottles. Wineries, breweries, and cideries in this state do not have to pay for their tasting bottles. Distilleries do. It's very costly to us we have no advertising money. So what we're asking for is could we have a small concession to not have to pay for our tasting bottles? We pay full bottle price for our tasting bottles. The wineries, breweries, and cideries pay zero except for taxes. And we're just asking for a small concession for that. Just think of it as marketing. We have no money. You know, we won Best Distillery in the Blue Ridge in 3 states for 3 years in a row. And to be able to advertise in their magazines or to do radio ads to try to promote Virginia and agritourism and stuff, we have none left. We have nothing to work with. Over 54% of everything that we make has to go back to ABC, and then we have our federal excise tax and our sales tax and payroll tax, and we're taxed so much that it's hard to have anything left to keep going. So I'm asking for parity, on that. And then also ABC, I'm trying to simplify our accounting system. So at an ABC store, you have the employees, they charge us $2 per case for their employees to move our product. I understand at an ABC store, but I'm different. I'm the manufacturer, and ABC charges us $2 per case for my own employees to move my product. So I'm asking to just simplify that, take it off of our accounting procedures. So basically, they reimburse us 30 days later, but why do they have to reimburse us? Can't we just take that away? There's no reason to have that $2 fee in there when it's just back and forth more money. So I'm just trying to simplify things and cut out some of the back and forth and this year and just trying to put a Band-Aid on things. It's not going to fix our problem, but it does help us to survive. My husband and I had to start another distillery in another state that's also a Commonwealth and is also a controlled state just to help try to keep and survive Virginia, because we are the #1 craft distillery in the state, but with it comes a great cost of keeping up with operations. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Ruggleman.
And I believe that's all we had, and this also would
Is
coincide
that-
with a bill in the House of Delegates, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, is there anyone who wishes to speak against it? And then if the committee has questions, we have a representative from ABC to see how that will fit in.
Thank
Good
you,
morning,
Mr.
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Chairman. Tom Lisk, representing the Virginia Restaurant, Lodging, and Travel Association. I'm not sure if we're against it because I have not seen the substitute, but in the original bill, there was a provision in section 4.1235 that did relieve the distillery of the markup. And while we have no objection as a restaurant industry to them serving samples, now that they're serving full cocktails at the distilleries, to relieve them of the markup means that they basically can serve their cocktails, saving 70% of the cost of the spirits that we restaurants have to pay, even if we're buying their same product. And we think that creates unfair competition, that they don't have to pay the markup, the 70% markup on spirits that the restaurants have to pay for the very same alcohol that's being served in full cocktails to consumers. So for that reason, we would be very concerned about relieving them of the markup. Everything else of the bill, we're fine with. But we do think from a parity standpoint, to the extent that they're now serving cocktails and not just samples, that they should not be relieved of the same markup.
Thank you, Mr. List. Okay, does anybody have any questions on the bill for Senator Peake, or does anybody want to hear from?
Mr. Chairman?
And I would just address that, it's only sampling bottles, we're up to 3 ounces per day, so that's what they're asking.
Okay, let's start with, before I go to Senator McDougal, let me go to Senator Sproul. The substitute?
Mr. Trump,
It's before us, we've got it on the screen.
It's not hand,
Do what?
is there a printout of the substitute? Okay.
It's an amendment to take it from 20. One second, Senator Sproul.
Mr. Trump, is Travis here?
John's here. Morning, John.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. John Daniel, Virginia ABC.
Thank you. John, I want to clear up a couple of questions. Number one, talked with you and Travis yesterday, when a young lady came by and I'm trying to understand why do they, and I'm using my own words now, why they have to send y'all all the money, then y'all send it back? Why they just can't, just pay y'all what they owe y'all, instead of you sending money, they giving you all the money, then you send it back? Why they just can't pay what they owe you?
Yeah. Senator Sproul, that does seem to be, would make things easier. The problem we have is that 4.1116 requires that all these monies go to the Treasury first. So they go into the big bucket, and then you all can, you have that revenue, and you decide what to appropriate. But basically, the law requires that all those money go to the state treasury.
Okay, the second question. The second question then, so the first question is not your doing, the law requires it.
Yes, sir.
Right. Second question, the $2, why are they charged, they pay $2 for their own employees to move a case? They paying it for their employees to you, so can you answer that question?
The money, well, it's in the same category, Senator. The money ends up going, the $2 ends up going back. It's just, as you recall, when we established the distillery stores, they are in fact government stores. They're the ABC stores. So that's an accounting process that we utilize to account for the bottles that are moved from the bonded area to the retail area.
I won't talk about what that said. I'm talking about, ma'am, I didn't mean to keep calling you young lady, but she was saying to me,
Yes, I understand.
they are her employees that moving it. You are charging $2 for her own employees to move it. So can we get around that part?
We're happy to try to work with folks to get around that part. I don't.
John,
right off the
let me
top
see
of
if
my
I
head
can,
at this minute.
let me see if I can
Now,
help you with
Yeah.
that, Senator Sproul. Last year, I carried a bill to try to take how many we got now? How many distiller stores do we have?
About 70.
So 70, quote, distiller stores, right? The distilleries, because we didn't have a category in which to put these distilleries into. We put them in, we said they're going to be like a brick and mortar ABC store because we couldn't put a regulatory framework on them unless we did that. And so because they are, quote, belong to the state, even though they don't really belong to the state, Ms. Riggleman owns it, under the framework, they're considered state employees. So under the accounting framework that John and ABC are having to work with, that's where the shuffle of the money's coming from. So it doesn't make sense. So maybe there is a way to carve through that, John. I'm not sure, but Ms. Riggleman has we're just passing money back and forth. And I think that's what you're getting at. So, Senator McDougal.
Mr. Chairman, it's John,
Yes, sir.
I thought it was a little more direct that state revenues must be appropriated through an act. And so if it doesn't flow through a state account, you can't appropriate money that doesn't ever come to you.
You're correct. Actually, the statute in our 4.1 title is derived from a 2.2 provision that basically says the same thing that requires that.
Senator Favola.
I believe this has to go to finance.
It does. If it gets out of here, we have to re-report to finance. Senator, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is for Senator Peake. Line 114 of the bill through line 118, it talks about in establishing a price for items sold, the board shall include a reasonable markup. However, the board shall not impose a markup on items sold to wholesalers, licenses, or on spirits sold during an organized tasting event conducted pursuant to subsection G. Are we saying there, oh, sorry. Are we saying there that we're going to ask not to provide the markup where the spirits are actually sold to a wholesaler or sold at an event for tastings?
Well, this is the wholesaler, the distillers having their event.
Actually,
Well,
if
look-
you look at it on line 115, that is being changed.
That's,
And the way I interpret that, and I'm happy to
okay.
talk to council on that, is
I- Mr. Chairman, if it will help, I've just been advised
Senator Peake.
that the constituent is okay with striking that italicized language on 115, 116, and 117.
And Mr. Chairman, the thing I'm getting at here is this is where it's sold, that it's not going to be a markup. And I was under the impression that what we were talking about earlier, where it was actually given away, not sold.
Right. And this is the challenge that you have with the, with Mr. Lisk, I believe. Senator Cosgrove.
Yeah, I believe that Senator Peake just said that he would be fine with striking the italicized language from on lines 115 through 119. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir, Senator Cosgrove.
I would make that motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to strike lines 115 through 118, or excuse me, through 119, David.
The italicized.
The italicized language.
And then, Mr. Chairman, we probably need to unstrike the stricken languages on line 114.
So, everybody got that? Say again?
We're just
He-
taking out, we're changing the language back from line 114 through 119. We're taking out all the changes there. Back.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of making that amendment to this bill, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Mr. Chairman, if I can go a little bit further, I'm not opposed to where it's given away, but where it's sold, we should provide that markup.
Okay, so that's, everybody understand where the bill is and the framework of the bill now? Okay, does anybody else have any more questions on where the bill is at this point? It will still need to go to finance if the bill is approved.
Mr. Chairman, I
Mr.
move that we report the bill as amended and re-refer to finance.
And I will second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to report the bill and refer to finance. Committee will vote.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Peake, you ready to go on your big bills?
Yes, let's go on the Central
All
Virginia
right,
Training Center
let's
bills.
roll out. You want to
Yeah.
start with, tell us which one you want to start with?
We'll start with, as they are in the order here, 1071, the closure prohibited. And then I believe we'll hear 1072. We're going to hear evidence on both of them at the same time. And I understand that the committee is well aware of what's been going on with the training centers for the past decade, I believe. The Commonwealth has closed all but 2 training centers now. Southeastern is going to be the lone one remaining. It has approximately 71 patients, we believe, 71. It has a capacity of 75. Central Virginia Training Center in Amherst, Virginia, has approximately 65, 66 residents. Currently, it is slated to close in June of 2020. And this committee and various other committees have heard reasons why we do not want the training center to close. those residents are the most needy that we have in the Commonwealth. We have the utmost duty to protect these individuals, their family, their relatives, their loved ones, want them to remain in these facilities. The ones that are left are the ones that we do not believe can easily be transitioned into the group home model that has been ordered by the settlement with DOJ. And we just ask that sometimes you have to put the price of human life above the price of dollars. As a government, that is our utmost responsibility to take care of these individuals who cannot take care of themselves. And I have their parents and relatives to talk about this and some situations that have happened. And the definition of training center, the main purpose of that is it would keep Central Virginia Training Center and Southeast Training Centers the only training centers available where these patients and residents can be housed. And as you see in the comments there, it is our belief that it would prevent the transfer of these residents to Hiram Davis Medical Center. And that's what our families want. They want them to stay in the training center where they are. And that's the purpose of this. And I have some witnesses.
Okay. So we're going to set up the shot clock. So you're going to have 5 minutes between the pros, and if there are any that are against, they'll get 5 minutes as well. Let me just let the committee know, we're going to vote on the bills separately, not as a block, but each of those bills will need to go to finance should we report them out. So,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Senator Sproul.
Senator Pike, now be sure, don't let one person take all 5 minutes, because one lady impressed me, lady behind you, and she really impressed me. I want to hear what she got to say. So don't let one person take the whole 5 minutes up.
Try and take a minute each, please. And thank y'all.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm Martha Bryant from Amherst. I'm the mother of the twins who were forced out in January of 2017 by executive order. I did not think it was in their best interest. I did not consent. They went to Hiram Davis. My son Tyler, the one in my lap in this picture, is the one who died. He got sick the first night in the hospital. By day 10, 49 days in the hospital, dead in less than 2 months. They were at the training center for 20 years. It's a hardship to come to Petersburg, and the care is not a training center. So it's been misrepresented that Hiram Davis is a training center and it's equivalent care, but it's definitely not. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. Good morning, Ms. Powell. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jane Powell, former president of CVTC Families and Friends. Now I've taken a step back to vice president, but still very actively fighting for our rights. We're hoping you will pass these bills. The DOJ settlement has an independent reviewer who submits reports to the court every 6 months, and this last one he submitted December 13 was a real eye popper. He exposed the severe lack of behavioral care in the community. We have a number of people at CVTC who could not make it in the community because of their behavioral issues. And the only place in the state, as it is now, that can accommodate these people is CVTC. Even Southeastern has rejected some of them. So they have a legal right to be where they are. We won't even go into the moral right to be where they are. We already know that. But the independent reviewer stated, for those with complex behavioral needs, behavioral specialists provide the most necessary and least available support in the community. He reported that although most residential providers were so far able to manage challenging behaviors, and honestly is through sheer luck, there were some very concerning exceptions that involved assault, property destruction, eloping, injury to self and others, police involvement, and admissions to psychiatric hospitals, where they don't know how to handle them, they just drug them, they are not experts in their very specialized needs, and they are drugged into a near comatose state. It's abusive. So please, pass these bills.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Frona Adelson. I'm a longtime resident of Virginia. Be very quick. 2 things. One, my brother Evan has been there since he was 6 months old at CVTC. He is now 58, soon to be 59, and has done very well. he requires a certain level of care, and without the care that he's getting where he is, I don't know that he'll be around for a whole lot longer. In my personal life, that's what I just shared. And privately, I am a clinical social worker in Virginia, so I know that what Jane has just said to you is true. When people in the community have an emotional disorder in addition to a developmental disorder, if they don't get what they need, it can be deadly. So I'll stop there. Thank you. And I ask you to pass these bills.
Thank you, Ms. Eccleston. Thank you.
My name's Mike Milner, and first of all, I'm a brother of a sister that's been at the training center for closing in on about 45 years. We're kind of at the end of our rope. I'm a retired police chief. I'm a national consultant, and my sister has gotten to the point where there is no place in the community that can handle her. We attend the monthly placement meetings with the staff there at the training center, and we're repeatedly told that there is no place in the community for her. The thing that bothers me the most is the ones that we have talked to, their emergency action plans, community homes, if she acts out, is to call an agency like I was the head of. And my sister in 45 years has never been in the back of a police car, and I certainly don't want to see that happen as a way of dealing with her behavioral issues. So we're desperate for answers, whether that's a private, public partnership, whatever that way it may be, but we're in need. So I would appreciate your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone else? You still have time on the clock, Senator. Would you like to speak, ma'am? Would she like to speak?
I'd like to submit things that came out of the DOJ investigation after Tyler's death. Tyler was the 9th of 10 deaths of training center transfers, and some died very quickly, including a 93-year-old who was forced to move.
Thank you. Senator Peake, you want to wrap it up on that?
From the other side, or?
Is there anybody that's opposed that would like to speak to the bills? Mark, I think Senator Peake, I think you got a couple of folks that would like to speak in opposition.
That's not wrong, sir. I'll wrap it up after that.
What? Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Vicki McCarty, and I am a parent. My son was at Southwestern.
Can I hold you 1 second and pause the shot clock? Can you, Marianne, can you turn it up a little bit? Because I'm having a hard time hearing, so that means Senator Sproul can't hear at all. Go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I am a parent of my son was at the Southwest Virginia Training Center that has recently transitioned into the community. And I wanted to state that he has done very well moving out of the training center. He's got a new home, and he loves his new home, and he tells me he has a new home. He's out in the community doing, a lot of things out in the community. He's actually out very daily, on a daily basis. He's out into the community. I think the key is to select the right provider for your individual and having the resources. These money that is being spent on, for these training centers, if it was put out into the community for resources for these providers to use, is the best thing. I mean, I think that is the key to it all.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you come all the way from Southwest today?
Yes, I did.
Thank you for driving that far. You have an ally behind you, and Senator Carrico, who has to make that drive all the time. So hopefully you'll beat him home
Thank you.
today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I think you have a few folks behind you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Will Frank with the Department of Behavioral Health. The administration opposes this bill based on its fiscal impact and the opportunities in the community for people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Ashley Wright with Davis Consultants representing the ARC of Virginia today. We respectfully urge that you oppose both 1071 and 1072 and fulfill the commitment to close the training centers. And please invest that money in home and community-based services for all Virginians in need. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Heidi Lawyer with the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities. Losing my thought here. We also oppose this bill. We believe certainly that no one should be discharged without appropriate supports in the community. We have seen the successful closure of 3 training centers and believe that the Commonwealth should continue its strategy towards meeting the DOJ settlement agreement, which includes closing 4 of the 5 training centers and providing appropriate supports, including medical behavioral supports in community-based settings. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Faison. I'm here representing the Virginia Association of Community Services Boards, and we too oppose this legislation. We believe that individuals can live safely in community settings that are more integrated and in support of the settlement agreement in order to be able to have appropriate funding for community-based care. The Commonwealth should continue along its path in closing all but one of these training centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. My
How are
name
you?
is Colleen Miller. I'm from the Disability Law Center of Virginia. We too oppose this bill. We've worked with countless people in the training centers who have very complex needs and assisted them to develop safe and successful transitions. We are ready to help everybody at Central Virginia Training Center for a safe transition. And so we ask you to defeat both these bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Peake, you want to wrap it up?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And I just want to point out, we have absolutely no complaints whatsoever with the group homes, community homes. We just think that there are a certain number of residents who cannot safely be transitioned to these community homes, like the Bryant twins, like some of the others you've heard about, and cannot be safely transitioned to Hiram Davis. The other part is we have left with 1 training center in southeastern Virginia in Petersburg, and no one for the rest of the state. We need something for their parents to make it convenient for them to see, or give them the possibility to see their family. So we'd ask you move this up to finance, where I will deal with finance, because you cannot put a price on these lives. Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman.
much.
Senator Stiff.
I'd like to make a motion, and speaking to that motion, this is one of the areas that I've actually worked and fought on for the last 5 years. And the reason for this is I believe that certain citizens should be integrated into community care environments, but I believe that certain citizens should not. We have citizens that are vulnerable, and it's not what people would, that they'd be hurting somebody else. It's that whatever environment you put them in, they're a victim. We have them in our jails now, and in Virginia Beach, we have over half of our jail filled with people who should not be there. And a lot of them are there because you can't put them anywhere where they're not going to get taken advantage of. They themselves are the victims. So the only place we have safe to put them is in jail. And Mr. Chairman, that's wrong. So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we record this and refer to finance.
Okay. Let me hear from Senator Black before we take a second on that. Senator Black.
You know, we've gone through this where we closed the Northern Virginia Training Center. Probably one of the most brutal and cruel things that I have seen in all of my years in the General Assembly. There is sort of this presumption that all of these folks are just inhibited in some way, but and they're sort of a, you know, at one time there's sort of a variety of problems that the individuals had. But there was a group of individuals who were profoundly birth defected, if you will, and I held one in my arms, and his mother said, look, he loves people, he loves human touch. All he could do is make noises. He couldn't turn himself over, he couldn't do anything. And then she told me later, you know, years later, that he had died. As soon as we started putting these people on the streets, they started dying. And I'm not saying this as hyperbole. They literally began to die. And there have been a number of them. I really believe that we need to pass this measure, and I really hope we can do it. you almost have to see these places to understand and to see the problems that the individuals are afflicted with. And then you realize that there is no way that they're going to be out in the community because they can't even roll over in many cases. So I really hope that we will pass this.
Thank you, Senator Black. Senator Sproul.
Mr. Chairman, yesterday I was getting ready to leave for the evening, and the lady came up to me as I had my coat on to ask me what I listened to, the problem. And I told her that I had made up my mind to vote no. And she's right there. And I said to her, could you convince me why I should vote for it? And she did, Mr. Chairman, but what stuck out the most is that all those who are sick cannot make that transition. They are best served where they are now. And I said to her, you convinced me to change my mind. And if you show up this morning and say the same thing you said to me, that I would change my mind, I will vote for it. And she's here, and I'm going to vote for it.
Is that a second, Senator?
That's a
Sproul?
second. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Just briefly, I don't intend to oppose sending either of these bills to the Finance Committee, but I just want to point out we've been going through a significant transition, and it hasn't been without some issues that have arisen, but we are coming from a system in our training centers and in our mental health hospitals. We had a system that warehoused people, and we were basically our priority was to sustain life, and we really didn't address quality of life all that well. We've been going through a transition, and in my opinion, it has been very successful. Again, not without some issues developing. We've closed Petersburg, Northern Virginia, Southwestern Training Center. Our plan is to keep Chesapeake open. In Madison Heights, Central Virginia, I had thought at one time that it would be impossible to close the skilled nursing unit, and that's what gave rise, when that was closed fairly quickly, gave rise to some of the concern with the transfers to Hiram Davis. That unit has been closed. We're discussing right now the possibility of some limited public-private partnership with the facilities in Madison Heights that may bear fruit, where we could maintain some presence there. I've been encouraged by those conversations. But I just wanted to, and I've had the opportunity to chair and co-chair the Joint Oversight Committee as we've transitioned this. So we can continue this conversation in finance, Senator Peake, and I won't oppose either of the bills, but there's another side to the story.
Thank you, Senator Hanger. For those of you in the audience that don't know, Senator Hanger is the chairman of Senate Finance, and has been a very active member on a lot of these issues and leading the way on it. And I just would tell everybody in the audience, me personally, my faith requires of me to never forget what my primary responsibility is, and that's to take care of the least, the last, and the lost among us. And thank you all on both sides of this issue for what you're doing for those folks who cannot do that. And it's a very difficult issue. It's unfortunate. It has to do with money. But we have a motion to report the bill. It's been seconded. I'm going to end discussion, and clerk will call the roll. Yeas 15, nays 0. Thank you all again. You will see Senator Hanger and the members of the Finance Committee when that bill goes up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, members of the committee.
Next, I'm going to have Senator Cosgrove run through the rest of the subcommittee report.
He has another bill.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Peake, hold up. That was the first bill. The second bill was the definition change that needed to be changed as part of the original first part of that bill, 1072. Do I have a motion on 1072?
Chairman, I move that we report that bill and send it to
Second.
Finance.
It's been moved and seconded to send 1072 to Finance Committee. Will vote. Re-report to Finance. Yes, ma'am. You want to pull it? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeas 13, nays 1. Okay. Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Here it is. doing a D-step here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first bill I'd like to take up is Senate Bill 1224, Senator Chafin's bill. This allows, there is a substitute for this bill, Mr. Chairman. I'd move the substitute.
All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill allows the Attorney for the Commonwealth in each political subdivision to coordinate the establishment of a multidisciplinary response to elder abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation of incapacitated adults. It was discussed in subcommittee. It was recommended to report the substitute 5-0, and I so move.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to report Senate Bill 1224. All those in favor will vote aye. Next bill, sir. Yeas 15, nays 0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next bill is Senate Bill 1257, Senator Vogel. This bill has an amendment. If I could get the staff to tell us the amendment.
Sure. Mr. Chair, the amendment would be on line 49 after 19, any, strike regular.
Go ahead, Senator Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This adds to the list of persons who are required to report suspected child abuse or neglect. Ministers, priests, rabbis, imams, and duly accredited practitioners of any religious organization. It's very important that we understand that this does not include a priest who hears a confession, okay, because of the adoptions of the church. So the religious doctrines are protected under this bill, but if any of those aforementioned people know of something that happens within their church or to one of their members, they would be a mandated reporter. So with the amendment, it was reported 5-0 out of subcommittee, and I so moved.
It's got to go to
And
finance.
it has to go to finance, yes, sir.
Is there a second on the motion? Second. Been moved and seconded to report Senate Bill 1257. Committee will vote. Your next bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next bill is Senator Mason's Bill 1416. And this bill provides that whenever appeal of a finding by a local Department of Social Services is made and a criminal investigation is also commenced against the appellate for the same conduct involving the same victim as investigated by the local department, the appeal process shall automatically be stayed until the criminal investigation is closed or a case of a criminal investigation is not completed within 180 days of the appellate's request for an appeal for 180 days. The recommendation of the subcommittee was to report 4 and 1 abstention. And I so move to report, sir.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to report the bill 1416. Committee will vote.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the next bill we have is Senate Bill 1436, Senator McClellan's bill. This is another, there is a substitute, and I move the substitute, Mr. Chairman.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to report the substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill requires any healthcare provider in a licensed hospital who reports suspected child abuse or neglect resulting from prenatal substance abuse exposure develop a written discharge plan or substance abuse treatment referral for the mother, and to notify, subject to restrictions in federal law, the Community Services Board of the jurisdiction in which the mother resides to appoint a discharge plan manager. Senator McClellan is here if she needs to speak to the bill. It made some pretty good sense. Certainly it's providing a little better prenatal care. It was the report of the subcommittee 5-0 to report the substitute, and I would make that motion.
Second.
Okay, just as a reminder for those in the audience, I know it seems like we're plowing through these things. Senator Cosgrove and the subcommittee had the opportunity to hear testimony at that time, so that is the purpose of why we're moving so fast. So it's been moved and seconded to report 1436. Committee will vote. Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 2 bills that were similar. We have Senate Bill 1175, Senator McPike's bill. The motion was to roll that bill into 1490, Senator Obenshain's bill.
Okay, so.
And I'd make that motion.
All right, been moved, and I'll second to roll the 2 bills together, listing them both as chief co-patrons. Who's primary on it?
Obenshain.
1490. Senator Obenshain and Senator McPike. Committee will vote for that. That's a vote? Okay. The bill is properly before us. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This authorizes financial institution staff to refuse to execute a transaction, to delay a transaction, or refuse to disperse funds if the financial institution or staff believes in good faith that the transaction or disbursement may involve, facilitate, result in, or contribute to the financial exploitation of an aged or incapacitated adult. Basically, Mr. Chairman, this provides more safeguards to some elderly folks that may have been taken in by a con artist or a scam. If the personnel at the bank know these individuals, especially from the community bank aspect, they could take action to delay that disbursement of those funds. It was a unanimous vote to report the bill 5-0, and I would so move.
It's been moved and seconded to report the rolled in together bill 1490. Committee will vote. Hold on. I don't have it on my list from the chairman.
What?
Okay. All right. It's been moved and seconded to report the bill. Committee will vote.
They pass?
Barbara. Strike the board. Strike the board. We'll do it again. You're okay. Let her get programmed up. Okay. Yeas 15, nays 0.
That concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, we have a few more minutes before we have to break. It'll be at ease for about 2 minutes so I can get my shot group together. Let's see what we got here. Okay, committee will bring their attention to Senate Bill 1516, Senator Carrico. You've got the farthest to drive, so we'll try to get you down to you.
Well, mine's pretty quick. I think we now have an agreement. You heard this bill last week. This is dealing with investigators at the Department of Correction being able to use the prescription monitoring program in order to track drugs that are coming into the facility through employees and through inmates. And I've worked with the Department of Health, and there should be a substitute, or I have an amendment to that.
Okay, David, do you have the amendment? Okay, Senator Carrico, can you give that to David from the worked out agreement real quick? Take a deep breath, brother. I know you haven't slept. Got a lot of confidence in you. Go ahead, David.
Mr. Chair, rather than trying to pick every specific word that's different, what I'll do is just read the new language. So it would entail striking the language on lines 47 through lines 51 and inserting the following. Information relevant to a specific investigation of a specific individual into a possible delivery of a controlled substance in violation of 18.2 474.1 to an investigator for the Department of Corrections who has completed the Virginia State Police Drug Diversion School and who has been designated by the Director of the Department of Corrections or his designee.
Okay.
And this,
So the amendment's been moved. Is it seconded?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
and this will specifically identify those that are able to do it, those that have been trained to do it, and those that they're looking at to bring the drugs in.
And Department of Corrections is good with this?
They told me they were.
Are they here?
That's what I had.
They're not here? Okay, well, they're lying to the senator. He's a big fella, so. All right, well, that's the bill. Any other members have a, Senator Favolo?
I have a quick question. Thank you. So what we're doing is we're taking off for the delivery of a controlled substance. So it's whoever is designated by the.
Right.
Okay.
Those
So
are
it's a
over.
little broader, but it still has to be
A designee.
a designee.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
will second that.
It's been moved and seconded to report the bill. Committee will vote. Yeas 15, nays 0. Thank you, Senator Carrico. Who's next? Oh, I got patrons out here still. Senator Sasslaw, you want to step up and, were you able to work out a?
Yes and yes and no. On two of the bills, you know.
Senator Sasslaw, you want to tell us what the bill is? The bill number
Sure. Why don't we
1772.
start with the two of the bills I've worked with the Department of Corrections, Secretary of Public Safety. Let's take up the conditional release of prisoners.
What's
As you
that
can
number?
see, the meat of the.
That is
That's- oh, excuse me, that's
1786. 1786.
86, yeah.
Committee will bring their attention to 1786. Senators, floor is yours.
As you can see, it deals with two situations, those that are permanently physically disabled and those who are terminally ill. And it deals with the age, if you've reached 65 and served 5 years or 60 and served 10, then you would be eligible, or, you know, under, you know, the conditions. My understanding is that the Commonwealth attorneys have a problem with the physically disabled because it's a pretty broad category, but they don't have a problem with the terminally ill. So, you know, and I'm not here to, you know, create a mess. So, I mean, if you all wanted to offer an amendment to that, I don't have a problem with that.
I think you have some folks that want to speak to the bill behind you, but
Sure.
let me get a
Mr.
little
Chairman.
advice from council.
Question, please.
1 second. Okay. Sounds like we already have an amendment drafted for that.
You do
I
have
got a
one.
sharp attorney.
Okay.
Senator Black.
Yes. Isn't it the case that that terminally ill patients can already apply for a release?
I don't know exactly, you know, Senator Black, exactly under what conditions that they can. This, and it may not be in the code, this puts it in. And this was requested, you know, by the Department of you know, by the Secretariat because of the cost. And if you notice, they have to have been 60 years and served 10, or 65 and served at least 5. And I don't think I thought there was something in here that, you know, I'm not sure, I don't think they can do that if they were.
You may be
for a
correct.
violent felony,
Maybe it's in regulation, but I'm almost certain that there is something that says that if they're within 6 months of.
Yeah, if they have a Class 1 felony.
So,
which
Senator
is
Sasslaw, I think you
murder,
have
they can't apply.
Senator Sasslaw, I think you have a lifeline behind you. Secretary Moran's speaking to council.
But Class 1 felony is,
That'll make
takes
sense,
it
though.
off the board.
Out of the way.
It's an inner tube with a hole in it, but it'll work.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Primary Secretary of Public Safety, and in response to Senator Black's question, currently there is a pardon process that the governor uses for terminally ill. But it's a very cumbersome process. It's 90 days, 2 doctor's letters. And by 90 days, frankly, by the time it gets to the governor's office, the person may have already, expired. So this is trying to address the situation, give it 12 months. And the parole board, all it does is make them eligible for parole, and so that the parole board can expedite the review of that particular case.
Thank you.
Senator Black, does that answer your question? Okay. Any other members? Do we want to?
Mr. Chairman, can we adopt the amendment?
Okay. Do you want to read the amendment first, David? It's an amendment in the nature of substitute.
Move to adopt
All
the
right,
substitute.
we're going to. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, any opposed? All right, that's before us. You want to explain it, David?
Mr. Chair, and the substitute that's being passed out now, basically it deletes the definition of permanently physically disabled on lines 14 to 15, and then strikes the subsequent references to that term in the bill.
Okay. Does anybody have a question on the substitute? Pretty simple.
I just have one additional question, if I could.
Senator Black?
The way that we're doing this now, so if a person reaches, what is the geriatric age?
The bill says if they served, if they say 60 years old or older, but not 65, and served at least 10 years, then they'd be eligible. If, and the medical profession says, they've got less than 12 months to live. Or if they're 65 and served at least 5, unless they were there for a capital, class 1 felony, capital murder.
Okay, so if they commit a very serious, let's say they commit a series of 5 armed robberies when they're 50, then they can get out at 60.
If they're terminally ill and have served 10 years and the parole board, grants it.
Do they have to be terminally ill?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Okay,
the
in
bill.
all of these cases, they
Yes.
have to be terminally ill.
Ill.
I see, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have questions for Senator Saslaw or?
Mr. Chairman, I move.
Hold on. There's other people that want to speak to the bill too. Senator Cosgrove.
Mr. Chairman, just addressing that last point.
You're on the substitute?
No.
All right. You want to look at the substitute?
Never mind. Let somebody else go.
Okay. Do you have some other folks who want to speak to the bill? Well, I know where you are,
We did.
Mr.
And really, Mr. Chairman, this is in response to the JLARC study that
Right.
demonstrated, we're up over $200 million worth of healthcare costs for our healthcare DOC. And in this particular case, 25% of our healthcare costs go to 3% of the population, a 40% increase in the last 10 years. So this is, a dramatic spike in medical costs. And so this, I think, is a very targeted method by which we can at least alleviate some of those costs for those who are terminally ill. 12 months, it's narrowly crafted. And so I do hope the committee will act favorably on the legislation.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth Attorneys Association told me as the bill is now, they're fine with it.
With the amendment. Okay.
Chairman.
Let me take Senator Sproul and then I'll come to Senator McDougal. My 2 attorneys want to talk. Or did I say Sproul? I meant.
Okay.
Sorry.
So,
He's talking in my ear.
well, the Commonwealth Attorney's position is interesting to me on people that are incarcerated that they don't have a lot to do with anymore. But by taking out the permanently physically disabled, how much of a fiscal impact does that change on the bill? Because I would assume it's very expensive to care for permanently physically disabled people. So does, Senator or Secretary Moran, do you all know how much money we just cost taxpayers by adopting that substitute?
Well, there is a range by JLARC, and these are the numbers.
It's a foregone savings.
Approximately 400 inmates would be eligible for consideration for medical release based on broad definition of seriously ill and not likely to recover, for a savings of about $16.9 million. Using a more conservative definition of a permanently or totally disabled, about approximately 35 individuals would be likely to eligible for release, savings of $1.5 million. So I don't want to speak for them, but their challenge was permanently physically disabled could be, it's a broad definition. So, that's why this is more narrowly crafted. But I do think even with terminally ill, it's both humane, and they'd only release them if they had some home plan. You know, you're not releasing them to the street. There's going to be a home plan. This is discretionary for the parole board. There'd be a home plan, 12 months, 2 doctor physicians. I mean, again, this is very narrow.
So the Commonwealth Attorneys Association just wrote a $17 million check, basically, right?
Okay. Senator McDougal.
Mr. Chairman, if Commonwealth's attorneys could come up, but I vehemently disagree that they do not have a vested interest in this. These are individuals who've committed criminal offenses, have been to prison. They're still victims out there, which the Commonwealth's attorneys represent as well, and they have a right through this parole system to have a say. So the fact that they would have an opinion on it is pretty important to me and should be important to all of us. So if they could tell us.
They're waiting. I'm getting them up here, sir.
Okay.
All right. Come on up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Brian Hassens, Pennsylvania County Commonwealth Attorney, here speaking on behalf of VACA to address Senator McDougal's point. We do have a vested interest in the sentence that is imposed and the serving of that sentence. We regularly consult with victims when parole matters come before us, and we do have a vested interest in this.
So you would like to see the amendment and the posture it's in right now stay as it is?
That is correct, Senator. When we looked at the bill, our concern was the broad definition of physically disabled, which could include issues like diabetes, having lost an eye from a fight within the prison system, and that was too broad for us. So that was our position. But we have taken a position not to oppose the terminally ill provisions of the language, and with Senator Saslaw's acceptance of the amendment and assuming the committee passes that, we take no position in opposition on the bill as it stands.
Okay. Does anybody else behind you that are part of the Commonwealth Attorneys? You're all good back there. All are shaking their heads. Senator McDougal.
Move to report the substitute.
Okay. Before we go there, Senator Hanger, are you?
I had a question. I think Senator Black did too, or a comment.
All right, sure. Before we vote on it, let's go. Senator Black?
Yes, yeah, and I apologize for jumping in and out, but I'm looking at line 17 of the substitute where it says, "or who is terminally ill is eligible for consideration." In other words, it appears to me that these other people, the people who reach 65 with 5 years of a sentence completed, or who reach 60 years with 10 years of a sentence, that those people are automatically, they don't have to be terminally ill in order to be eligible for release. Am I misreading this somehow?
Let me,
Mr. Chairman.
I don't have a copy.
Hold on one second. Senator Hanger?
I can actually speak to that. Yes, in fact, I carried that legislation on geriatric release quite a number of years ago, and it makes them eligible, and then they're considered by the parole board. The problem that I've had over the years with this is that the parole board has been very reluctant, really, to actually follow up on this and move some people out. So I think it's costing us unnecessarily medical expenses, and that really is the thrust of where we're at right now in terms of people that have been punished and no longer pose a risk to the public if they have a plan of release to get them out and save the taxpayer dollars, and they can spend their last days with their family.
Okay. Senator Staff.
A quick question of the patron. And Senator Saslaw, if you may, please take a look at line 17. The way you described it as if the "or" before the 3 little i's would be an "and." Was that your original intent of the bill?
If you look at the substitute, terminally ill means chronic or progressive medical condition caused by injury, disease, or illness where the medical prognosis is a person's death within 12 months. I don't see the problem.
David, do you want to clarify, please?
Mr. Chair, I believe the committee discussion right now is about Clause 1 and Clause 2, which relates to people 65 years or older who have served 5 years and 60 years or older and have served 10 years. Basically, that's already current law. You see some striking and adding here. That actually came from the editing department because they like to clean up the code when they get the chance. but that is existing law. And current law says that those two categories of inmates have the ability to petition the parole board for conditional release. So the bill modifies that language slightly to say instead of petitioning, they are eligible for consideration, and it adds on one extra category, which would be if you are terminally ill, if you're going to meet the definition of terminally ill under the terms of this bill, then that would be the third
So
category of
essentially, it
eligibility.
restates current law.
So, does that
Just
answer the questions on that end? Or do you step that get it for you? Okay. All right. So Senator McDougal's made the motion. It's been
I second.
seconded to report the bill as amended. Committee will vote. Okay, yeas 13, nays 2. Senator Saslaw, if you have a quick one, we got about 7 minutes before we got to pop smoke and get out of here. So,
I don't know if any of them are quick.
do any of the other patrons that are waiting have a
Are you going to have
worked out-
another meeting?
Say again?
You're going to have another meeting?
We're going to recess, go to the floor, and then come back.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, let's go
Senator
ahead.
Howell, is yours quick or? Okay. Senator Howell, do you know your bill number off the top of your head before?
Yes, 1077.
Okay. Committee will bring their attention to 1077.
I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Okay, I'd move the amendment. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Okay.
We've all seen really terrible stories about the disasters that happen in nursing homes and homes of assisted living in Puerto Rico, in Florida, in Texas, because they didn't have emergency generators to take care of their frail residents. What this bill does is try to address that problem. It is a Section 1 bill that directs the State Board of Social Services to promulgate regulations that the homes for assisted living either have a generator, and if they have one, they get it checked monthly, and they include that in their emergency plans. Or if they don't have a generator, they have a contract with a provider so that in an emergency, they will have one available. And in fact, they need a secondary one in case the first one can't work. Those need to be checked every 2 years. And that's what the bill does.
Thank you, Senator Howell. I do know that when you first dropped your bill, there was some contentious back and
Yeah,
forth
that
about
was-
cost and all that, and I appreciate you getting to the table and working those out. I see you've got someone who wishes to speak to the bill as well as part of that agreement.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Scott Johnson for the Virginia Healthcare Association. I want to thank Senator Howell for working with us. We do support the substitute. We think it's a good thing to test what equipment you do have, and we ask you to support the bill.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Dana Parsons with Leading Age Virginia, and we do appreciate Senator Howell being amenable to these amendments, and we also support them.
Thank you. Any members have a question for Senator Howell on our bill?
Move to report.
It's been moved and seconded to report the substitute. No finance, so committee will vote. Well, that was easy. You took up less than 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Senator Howell. Senator Barker is quick, or are we going to start it and have to come back to it?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I have Senate Bill 1286.
Committee will bring their attention to 1286.
We have an auxiliary grant program, which you're very familiar with. It provides assistance to people who are indigent and are in assisted living facilities. I think 3 years ago, we began moving to provide some limited coverage through the auxiliary grant program to people who have mental illness and are in supportive housing programs. That was actually began to be, first person was under that provision, was placed in an apartment in September of last year, and we're now up to 33 people that are in that program. That program is capped at 60 people. What this would do is raise the cap from 60 to 120. We have a lot of people who are in state mental health hospitals that no longer need to be there, but we don't have placements in the community because we don't have enough supportive housing and other types of things. And this would also eliminate a couple of barriers that have delayed some of these people being able to get in. There is money in the budget that was for the auxiliary grant program that is adequate to cover any additional costs that would be anticipated here. And that's basically the bill.
I've got it. Thank you, Senator Barker. For those of you in the audience, Senator Barker has done a lot of work on this stuff in the past, so I appreciate your work on this one as well. I see you have some support behind you. If you're in favor of it, will you just raise your hand? I know who you are. Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody opposed to the bill? None opposed.
Report.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman,
Senator Hanger.
even though it has the money in the budget, it will increase spending $367,000, I believe. Probably should just run it through finance.
That'd be
Anyway.
fine.
So I don't have it on my sheet, but he's the boss, so I'm
That's what I
gonna, if
said,
we
so.
report it, we'll refer it to finance. And that would be the motion Senator Favola made and Senator Mason seconded. The committee will vote. Thank you, Senator Barker.
Thank you.
Senator McClellan, we want to try to take yours up pretty quick?
It does have opposition, so I don't know.
Okay.
It'll be quick.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
All right, let me let me explain the problem I'm trying to solve. I do have a
What's the bill number? Let me
substitute,
get them all on the same bill number.
1326, and
All
there
right,
is a
1326,
substitute.
guys.
So the problem I'm trying to solve is the Department of Social Services changed its regulations for assisted living facilities. One of the regulations requires that there be only a maximum of 2 beds per room. It did grandfather existing facilities, but any new licensees.
The committee, we have an amendment in the nature of substitute. It's been moved and seconded to accept the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Okay, that's before us. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, that's okay. So the existing regulations grandfathered existing licensees as of February 1st, 2018. I have about 6 or 7 constituents in my district who own smaller assisted living facilities, some that have only about 20 beds total, some that are smaller than that. They're getting up there in age or about to want to retire, and the problem is under the existing regulations, if they transfer their existing facility to another licensee, that new licensee wouldn't be grandfathered, but that would be the only change to the facility. So similar to what we did last year, well, we faced a similar situation with methadone clinics, where certain clinics that were grandfathered under existing regs that they can't be within a certain distance of a school,
Right.
we allowed a exemption for a transfer of a license where nothing else changed. So what this substitute does is allows a one-time transfer of the license to a new licensee in the same facility where that new licensee would remain grandfathered, but it'd only be a one-time transfer.
Okay. Do any members have a question for Senator McClellan on the substitute for the carve-out for what she's trying to accomplish?
And I worked with DSS to narrow the language to what I just said. They're not crazy about it, but they understand what I'm trying to do, and we tried to make this as narrow as possible.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Mr. Chairman, just a question of the patron or maybe some of the other staff. Just so I understand it, if we do a carve out here, what other either facility impacts or other regulation impacts that have already been grandfathered now extend in this condition to the new operator?
So this is only addressing the requirement that you have no more than 2 residents in the room. So you're not saying all of the regulations that were grandfathered go forward, just that one is the way we've written this.
You go with
And
that?
the issue is if, for these smaller facilities, the concern is if they can't transfer it, in 2 of my constituents' situation, they want to transfer it to a family member. In another situation, it's a building owner who wants to get a new licensee to come in so that the facility won't close. And their concern is if they can't do that, these facilities will close and the patients won't have anywhere to go.
Do you have a question? Oh, okay. Okay. Senator McClellan, can we hear from the folks behind you?
My constituents couldn't make it this morning. morning, so.
Okay.
But they're about 6 or 7.
Well, you've done a great job of representing them, and we understand the situation that you're in trying to address this. What is your main concern with the substitute at this point?
Thank you. Colleen Miller from the Disability Law Center of Virginia. This bill is going in the wrong direction. This committee has taken a lot of really good steps towards improving conditions in assisted living facilities, and the Department of Social Services has been moving towards reducing the capacity of some of these. Disability Law Center does a lot of work in assisted living facilities where people are receiving the auxiliary grants, and many of them are really awful, really awful. And a lot of those awful conditions directly relate to the very overcrowded conditions that they experience. The Department of Social Services could probably explain their approach here better, but we're taking baby steps in Virginia to improve the conditions in some of these places. Reducing the capacity of them is one of those baby steps, and this is going in the wrong direction. We have the greatest respect for Senator McClellan, and I've told her I hate having to stand up here to oppose anything that she has done, but we really deeply disagree with this move. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Carter Harrison from the Alzheimer's Association. Just a little bit of a background. The exemption that, or the grandfathering provision that existed was created when Senator Hanger did the reform legislation in 2005 and has been in place since 2006. And they did that in order to hold harmless folks that were operating businesses. But this bill will allow the transfer it to a new licensee, so thus allowing it to continue on and on. Now, I understand that Senator McClellan has talked about only making the transfer one time. I've read this language multiple times, but I find, frankly, a little bit convoluted. I'm not certain that it accomplishes that. And even if it did, I'm not sure that that would be a wise course of action. I think it was contemplated at the time of the original legislation that this would eventually occur. And so I would hope that this committee would keep the policy that was adopted by the General Assembly in the past in place and vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Davis Creek for the Virginia Poverty Law Center. I'll be very brief and just say that for the reasons already stated, we would oppose this bill as well.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Rhonda Thiston with NAMI Virginia. We have similar concerns as Disability Law Center. We would echo their comments. Thank you.
Great. Senator McClellan, you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, and I don't take the opposition personally. I've sure done that. But I guess the issue is we have grandfathered these existing facilities. And last year, in a very similar situation where we had a licensee that wanted to go out of business and bring in a new person to run a methadone clinic that would have had to close because it didn't fit regulations dealing with the location of those, we as a General Assembly, we as a body said we will allow that transfer where just the licensee changes and they continue to be grandfathered. And I have asked the question from a public policy perspective, if we have grandfathered these licensees and if they want to transfer their business to a family member or someone else and nothing else is changing, then what is the difference between what we did for the methadone clinics and what we're doing here? And it's just a policy question for the committee.
Right. I think the difference is probably the opioid epidemic and maybe the
Mr. Chairman,
the viewpoint on that. Go ahead.
Follow-up question of the patron.
Go ahead.
How many square feet per bedroom under the?
I don't know that, but I guess my if the concern is the conditions of the facility, then there are probably other provisions under the licensing provisions that you can use to address that. So again, it's just a policy question for this committee that I was asked to bring by these small facility owners that are concerned that if they go out of business, their patients won't have anywhere to go.
Okay. Follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm going to try to support Senator McClellan on this because she's going a direction she would normally go to on this. And as I reflect back to the legislation that was referred to in 2005, there were some commitments made in terms of additional requirements, licensing requirements, training requirements, among a bunch of other things. But one of the commitments that was supposed to be made was from the state that we were going to significantly increase the amount of the auxiliary grant. It was going to cost like $86 million. That's the part that we didn't do. So you've had a lot of these assisted living facilities been operating on a shoestring. Many of them have gone out of business. So if there is a way to do this where we don't lose the appropriate oversight for licensing, I would hope that we could do it. This bill may not be perfect, but I would tend to support it at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Black and then Senator Favola, you'll have the last word on this one.
Yeah,
We're gonna get out of here.
you know, I'm going to support this also. If they're operating without difficulties today, nothing is changing with the establishment except just the ownership, and I don't see why we can't just continue letting them function the way that they are.
Thank you. Senator Favola.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a great deal of respect for my colleague, and I understand exactly what she's trying to do, and I do understand the shoestring operation argument, but I don't know how we ever move to a place where quality is improved and we actually have standards that are more appropriate for individuals living in assisted living facilities. I know the state does not monitor assisted living facilities. I know that, and to just by law allow a continuation of a condition that, on the face of it, doesn't seem very healthy, because what you're doing is allowing more than 2 residents in a bedroom. To me, that seems, we don't know the size of the bedroom, but it seems like that's a very maybe minimal and possibly harmful regulation. And this would apply statewide to any facility that was doing this one-time transfer. So I will not be supporting the bill, but I will not make a motion to that effect. I'm just not going to be voting aye.
Thank you. Senator Sproul and Senator Cosgrove.
Move report.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Senator Cosgrove, were you going to make a motion? Would you like to speak to the bill?
Yes, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to make a motion, but Senator Sproul took my motion. How dare he, but that's okay.
I second your motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I agree that Senator McClellan does fantastic work, but speaking to the motion, I have real concern that there's no limitations on the square footage. In the fire and EMS service, I've been in assisted living facilities that are not fantastic at all, and so there's no sort of limiting provision that would say what is the minimum size of a 1-bedroom. There's definitions that are 80 square feet, 100 square feet in the administrative code, but I don't have any guarantee that you're essentially putting 2 individuals in a 60 square foot allocation per person. And that becomes extraordinarily difficult for life safety issues, for other living conditions that don't cover it. So I mean no harm to, but I do have serious concerns about this, and I can't support it as written.
Okay. So we're at that moment where I've got to pull the lever and we've got to get out of here. We have a motion. It's been properly seconded. I do want to recognize someone who's standing behind you, Ms. Ragland, that can talk to the issue, but I'm not going to bring you up because we've already got a motion that's here. But I just wanted to recognize you for being here, Tara. Thank you. Please call the roll. Yeas 11, nays 4. So you're out in a bipartisan fashion there. Okay, with that, the committee will recess until 15 minutes after adjournment of the floor. With that, the committee will rise. Just leave it here. Committee, you're welcome to leave your stuff here. come to attention and come to order. Senator Locke, if you want, are you ready to go? Let's batter up. Committee will bring their attention to Senate Bill 1129. And if the bill is passed, it still has to go to Finance. It's been moved and seconded to approve the substitute. All members in favor vote aye. Okay. This is before us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Okay, this amendment in the nature of a substitute will bring Virginia into alignment with the national trend that is either modifying or totally eliminating the lifetime ban on persons with drug-related convictions for distribution or conspiracy to distribute drugs from receiving SNAP and TANF. The bill, as I said, will remove this lifetime ban. The section 63.2-505.2, as it currently stands, is silent on the other two types of drug-related convictions, and Virginia does not address the matter at all. As the Code of Virginia currently stands, both of these do not address drug convictions for distribution or conspiracy to distribute, thus creating a lifetime ban on these citizens. This bill does not totally lift the ban on either of these classifications of felonies, but simply modifies them to provide assistance along with having them meet the qualifications for these benefits. This legislation is a good governance, common sense, social justice issue relating to unintended collateral consequences incurred due to the prohibition of social safety net services to a singular group of felons. And that's basically what this bill would do.
Thank you, Senator. Does anybody have any questions for Senator Locke about the bill, or the substitute? This is not the first time we've heard it, but it is the first time we've heard the more narrow defined bill that's limiting it from what it was originally. I think we heard it last year, if I remember right, or 2 years ago. Senator Locke, looks like you got some folks who want to speak for the bill. If you're in favor of the bill, would you briefly come up and tell us who you are and why you're for it?
My name is Pamela Littlehill, and I'm the Director of Social Services for the City of Portsmouth. We are in support of the bill. What I wanted to say is that citizens who are returning to the community from our incarceration are served with have a lot of challenges. Those challenges are to stabilize themselves in the community, and the expectation is that they become law-abiding citizens. The reason why the bill as it stands now does anything but help them to be successful is because it's somewhat discriminatory. You can have people that are convicted of other more serious offenses, such as murder, but they do have the opportunity to receive SNAP and TANF benefits. However, if I had a drug felony conviction with an intent to distribute or things of that nature, I can't get benefits, and that's a problem. So all that we're asking is that we provide these citizens with the opportunity to reintegrate back into the community successfully. Our concern is recidivism, and we don't want people going back to jail out of pure desperation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sherry Neal. I am the Intergovernmental Affairs Manager for the City of Portsmouth. And prior to this 14 years we've been fighting this, I was the Chief of Staff of Senator Maxwell, and we have been trying to address this for over 19 years now. Very quickly, we want to thank the Senator for bringing this forward. I had sent out a lot of information to all your officers. I don't know if you have received it, but if not, I just want to make sure that you see this chart, which shows that Virginia is really, at this point, only one of 5 states that still places a lifetime ban on this group of felonies for SNAP and for TANF, and one of 10 for TANF. And the other thing is that this doesn't apply to any other felony. You can be a murderer, you can be a rapist, you can be a bank robber, you can be a pedophile, and you can get services, you can get benefits. But only with this are you banned for lifetime, in Virginia. And it costs more to keep putting these people back in jail than it costs to give them the little bit of benefits they would have gotten. So it's just a good governance sense. So we hope that you will support the bill.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Salam Bhatti. I'm an attorney at the Virginia Poverty Law Center. I co-sign what my predecessors have said. What I would like to convey are some remarks from a client who could not be here today. And his brief remarks are as follows. His name is Frazier Hunter. He's a 28-year-old who was born and raised in Richmond. And he says, I was born into poverty right here in Richmond, into a house where food and electricity were rare. I'd seen things by the time I was 8 that nobody should ever see, including my dad beating on my mom's multiple suicide attempts, and both of my parents in and out of jail. As a child, I hung out with my older brothers who hung out with drug users, so I got involved with drugs too. When I was 19, I was charged with possession with intent to distribute. I lost my job, and it's hard to get another one with a felony. I take responsibility for that crime, and I served my time. I ended up at my mom's again without electricity and food. I applied for SNAP, but because of my drug felony, I couldn't receive that help. But I didn't sit around. I was hungry for a better life. So I got a job at Red Lobster, working 30 hours a week, and attended barber school. I passed my first test with a 95%. Like I said, I'm hungry for a better life. I'm speaking at schools and other youth programs, telling them to stay away from drugs and stay in school instead. I like giving back. I'm changing my life for the better, but I'm still in poverty. Despite having served my time, I have a life sentence from getting the help from SNAP. Like I said, I'm hungry for a better life, but I don't see why I'm still being punished and left plain hungry. It is our request that the members of this committee please vote for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Favole.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to note that this actually was a recommendation from Governor McDonald's committee on how to prevent recidivism, and I think it is a very valuable bill, and it would make a huge difference in people's lives, especially when you understand that under our law, the felony with intent to possess, if you're talking about an illegal substance, is a very low, it's like a half an ounce is the amount. So many folks could fall under that and be damaged for life. So I would move that we report the bill.
Okay. Senator McBike, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a quick question for the patron. I just understand with the substitute that such persons would have to meet the requirements, so they have to be actively engaged or have completed substance abuse treatment and periodic drug screenings as well, if that's required by the department. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Before I take the motion, is there anybody who wishes to speak against the bill? Looks like you're in good shape, Senator Locke. Okay. I have a motion to report the bill. It's been properly seconded. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, don't we have to re-refer this to finance?
That is correct. It has to be re-referred. So the motion is to pass the bill and re-refer to finance. Yeas 12, nays 1, abstention 1. Thank you, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cosgrove. Okay. You're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have Senate Bill 1683 for your consideration.
Committee will bring their attention to 1683.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. 1683 is a simple bill, and what it does is it will exempt restaurants who sell at least $500,000 worth of food on an annualized basis to be exempt from the MBAR reporting for their alcohol sales to ABC. Obviously, the reason we have ratios is we don't want to have bars. We want to have restaurants that serve alcohol in Virginia. Any restaurant that's serving $500,000 in food is actually a restaurant. I've talked to some of the restaurateurs in our area. This would save them a lot of time and effort. One restaurant in Virginia Beach is very popular, actually has 2 full-time employees. All they do is report on these sales and doing M-bars and working with ABC. So that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I know it's been talked about in the past, but I think it's, with some of the reforms we've made this year, I think this is a good idea. And again, it's something that's going to help our restaurants do their business and do it properly. That's the bill.
Okay. Is there anybody from the dais that wishes to ask a question about the bill? I will tell you that this issue was part of the overall discussion of the subcommittee that Senator DeSteff led this summer. Originally, it was part of the original discussion and was taken out of the compromised bill because of some concerns, and I think it's probably appropriate to hear those same concerns at this point, if you don't mind, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom Lisk, representing the Virginia Restaurant Lodging and Travel Association. We appreciate the efforts of the patron to try to address this continuing M-bar issue and food sale requirements for restaurants. And I think there's some logic to the approach in that for restaurants with wine and beer only licenses, they only have to sell $12,000 a year in food and $12,000 a year in soft drinks and coffee or other non-alcoholic beverages. And they can sell all the beer and wine they want. There's no limitation after that. They're deemed a bona fide restaurant if they reach that threshold. This approach to establish a similar type of threshold, much higher for spirits, like I say, would be consistent with that. Unfortunately, as a restaurant industry, we are divided in this issue, and there's no consensus within the industry that $500,000 or some other figure is the logical cutoff point. For that reason, unfortunately, we cannot support this measure, but we do appreciate the efforts to, as I said, address this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Lisk. So for those of you that weren't on the subcommittee, therein lies the nexus is we're truly trying to solve that ratio and not be a burden to the larger true restaurants that are out there. And there is a huge disparity between spirits and beer and wine, as Mr. Lisk alluded to. The subcommittee was not able to resolve it, but it is again before the committee. So what would be the pleasure of the committee?
I second.
So it's been moved and seconded to report the bill.
Mr. Chairman, speaking to the motion.
Go ahead, sir.
One of the issues I think Mr. List had identified was, and one of my concerns, I did, as a part of the subcommittee, a number of different visits to Chambers of Commerce. I think it was 3 or 4, as well as follow-up phone calls. And this is certainly one that was an interesting concept, but it really has problems that I think some of the smaller restaurants identified, which is now it's sort of 2 rules of the game, and they felt like it kind of picked on the small restaurateur that was still had to comply with the rules. And I appreciate the patron's intent, but that is why the subcommittee ended up removing it, because it really disadvantaged the small restaurateur in the process, and that's why I did not support this measure when we were considering it in the subcommittee, and can't support it today as well.
Mr. Chairman, if I can comment.
Senator Wagner.
The small restaurateur is going to have to continue to do it whether this bill passes or not. I mean, there's no change to the burden on the small restaurateur. That person's going to have to do it to begin with or not. To tell you the truth, where I'm coming from, I don't support any of it. Never have. I mean, you can have a hotel and have one hell of a nightclub in one part of the hotel and have a restaurant in another. And essentially it is a bar as part of the restaurant. So who's kidding who? They're here, they're up, they're operating and doing that. But, we're not changing the burden for the small restaurateur one way or the other. He's doing the paperwork today, he or she, and they're going to have to continue to do the paperwork. But this just recognizes that you're selling $500,000 worth of food. You're a restaurant. And so I would hope, you'd support the bill, and eventually I hope we get around this all together, because the concept of this, I've never supported, and everybody knows in Fairfax or Falls Church or something, there's a place where everybody goes, and it might serve some food, but essentially it forms all the functions of a nightclub. And so, you know, and I don't find anything terrible with that. You know, I think, you know, it's a great concept. So I hate to, you know, not having been in the subcommittee that met all year, say that, but just philosophically, I just got to tell you where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Senator Warner. Senator DeStef.
Mr. Chairman, this, to me, this seems like, you know, we fought this problem. We've had this problem. We've not solved it yet. It's going to take at least another year to get there. And if you look at really what the problem is, I can sell a cheap shot of vodka for $4.50. I add an orange to it and charge $7 for it and call it an Orange Crush. And because of that, my ratio changes substantially. I've just doubled the amount of food I have to serve when I add an orange to a vodka. You know, we've got to continue to work on this. The restaurant that the patron is talking about, they do over $15 million a year in food. They're a restaurant. They serve a lot of alcohol. They're also the #1 alcohol purchaser in the state and the #2 alcohol purchaser in the state. But they're selling $15 million worth of food a year. And Mr. Chairman, there's going to be a point where we're going to put so many people in there just to do the administration of this that we finally say enough is enough. And I think we're getting to there when you can sell a shot of vodka for $4.50, you add an orange to it, and you're selling it for $7, and you have to sell twice as much food. That's a problem. It's going to continue to be a problem until we really get this thing resolved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator DeStef. Okay, any other members have a, oh, I've got you. Comment. Okay, we have a motion to report the bill. It's been properly seconded. No more further debate. The committee will vote. Thank you, Senator Cosgrove. Yeas 6, 8 nays. Senator Saslaw, you ready to go?
By the way,
I think we're going to take.
I know a little something about the ratio, since I put my bills are the ones that put it where it is. In 1980, it was then 50-50 meals to alcohol. A meal would be a hamburger with lettuce, tomato, and fries. Without the fries and lettuce and tomato, it was called food, and it didn't count. I changed meals to food, made the ratio 55 55 alcohol, 45 food. And in '88, as you all know, I took the beer and wine out of the equation. The restauranteurs tell me the effective ratio with beer and wine out of the equation is now 83-17.
And Mr. Chairman, if
could
I
we-
might, we've been.
Just out of curiosity.
That was in '88. I got here in '92, and we've been messing and fiddling with this for 28 years. So I'm glad you feel so optimistic. Next year, we're going to get this thing solved. But
No, I'm just telling you what, you know, the restaurant people have told me.
If you put
that
away
with
a barrel
beer
of-
and wine not in it, it's effectively 83-17. 83, you know, alcohol, 17 food.
if you put a barrel of bourbon away when we started this, it'd now be 30, 40-year-old bourbon. So anyway.
I got some of that.
Thank you. Let me limit
Made
the
it in my
debate from the
basement.
last bill if I could, because there are folks that want to get the heck out of here. Before we get to your bill, Senator Saslaw, I'd like to take, Senator Marston has a bill that's identical to yours,
He
or
said roll it into mine.
he did. So,
Second.
okay, so it's been moved. I think it's, David, is 1085? That Senate Bill 1085 be rolled into Senator Saslaw's bill with them both listed as chief co-patrons. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Oh, we got to vote. Okay, we're ready to go.
Okay. This is a bill that,
Are we
bill
taking
that
that one
I
up?
have, the one that it's in front of you is the one that I've worked with Secretary Moran and at the Department of Corrections. So there's nothing, as far as I know, there's nothing in here that they have a problem with. Is that correct, Ryan? So
Senator
what
Salah,
this
what's the
does
num-
is it provides a little more reporting and a little more transparency on the, on restrictive housing or solitary confinement, whatever you want to call it. And you can see what the reporting procedures are, essentially starting on line 27. And it's not overly restrictive, and that's why I work with them. I didn't want to overload them, with stuff that they would have had to go out and hire a zillion people in order to comply with.
I don't want to cut
Senator
off
McDougal.
the ancient history lesson we just we're receiving, but is there a substitute? I see it on the screen.
No, that was moving Marston's bill in.
Who? For a minute, I thought you were going to ask me if I was there when they built the first prison.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to pick pyramids, but you're close.
You're right, close. So, essentially, the drive for this is, you've seen endless articles in the paper about this, how, it's being abused in this. I don't think it is. And I think what this does is it'll give a little more clarity to the situation without overburdening the Department of Corrections.
Senator Saslaw, just one question.
Sure.
The report to the General Assembly, does that go to all of us, or does that go to a specific committee that handles Department of Corrections, which is this one, or?
General Assembly, it would go to all of us.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just was curious because we handle DOC.
Right.
Okay.
Would be available to all of us.
Is there anyone who'd like to speak either for or against the bill? We'll take fours at the beginning. Well, I know the administration's for it, so, but you don't need to speak, Mr. Secretary. Okay. Are you speaking in for or against?
Against.
Okay, go
Good
ahead.
afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Speaking on behalf of the ACLU of Virginia and its 24,000 members across Virginia, as well as the Virginia Coalition on Solitary Confinement, which includes NAMI Virginia, Virginia Interfaith Action for Human Rights, Virginia Cure, and others. We strongly support requiring the Department of Corrections to collect and report certain information about its practice of solitary confinement in state prisons. It is critical that the governor's office, the legislature, and the public know how many people are being impacted by this inhumane practice, which starts to cause mental and physical deterioration in as few as 10 days, and we do appreciate the patrons' attention to this issue. That said, we do have significant concerns about the specific data points included and some that are not included in this bill, but views them as a first step toward greater accountability over this practice. Where we cannot compromise, however, is regarding how solitary confinement, what the VDOC calls restrictive housing, is defined in the bill. The current definition is vague, subjective, and will result in suspect unusable data, maybe worse than what little information we have now. We would ask that this bill be amended to include the generally accepted definition of restrictive housing, that is, placement of a person in a small cell alone for 22 hours or more a day in a 24-hour period. This is not some random number. It was manufactured by the ACLU or the Coalition. 22 or more hours a day is the definition used by the Vera Institute, the American Correctional Association, the U.S. Department of Justice, and in the United Nations Mandela Rules on Treatment of Prisons. It is hard to understand why the VDOC objects to applying the industry standard definition to this bill, or why the legislation does not include that same definition. Lacking an appropriate amendment, we cannot support it.
Thank you very much.
It might be noted that there's currently an ongoing lawsuit between the the ACLU and the Department of Corrections.
Do any other members have a question for Senator Saslaw?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sproul?
I'm trying to find out, Mr. Secretary, could I ask you, Mr. Secretary, a question? And what the young man was saying, Mr. Secretary, would that be something that could be added to this, or should we not do it?
This is the definition that the American Correctional Association uses, as I understand it. So I would ask you to adopt this particular recommendation.
My bill.
On currently stated. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I might.
No, you're fine,
Marie
Mr.
here is
Secretary.
from the Department of Corrections and might be able to add something to that issue on the definition.
Oh, on the definition. The definition, how we.
Ma'am, can you just move to the microphone a little bit better?
Ma'am, I want my question answered. I don't want to care about what you're doing. I want to know the question I asked. The question I asked, what the young man's saying, I want to know, is that what he is saying, could they be adding to, should it be adding to what we're doing now? The gentleman from ACLU.
Are we using the
No,
definition?
ma'am, should we add this into what we're trying to do now?
In other words, should we change the definition of restricting housing that is currently in the bill to what the ACLU is requesting restrictive housing to mean?
Well, we adopted, I have to add, sir, I'm sorry, Marie Vargo,
ma'am.
Department
Yes,
of
ma'am.
Corrections.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I need to answer that with a little bit of a statement. We are, the Department of Corrections is accredited by the American Correctional Association. The American Correctional Association standards are revised over time. What we don't want to do is put in the code that a specific standard that may end up changing over time and maybe, so we want to be able to have that flexibility to be in compliance with the restrictive housing standards and all standards of the American Correctional Association.
Okay. Senator Black, you had a question?
Just a comment, you know, it seems to me like we want to we want our terminology to correspond with what's used broadly rather than coming up with some creative terminology. And you know, I'm concerned with some of the movement that's taken place to say, oh, well, you know, solitary confinement is a bad thing. I don't think people know what it's done for. When you have somebody who is throwing excrement at people, which is often happening, then we need to have tools, because you can't whip people. You've got to do something within the correctional institution. And it sounds to me like what we've got is a bill that is well balanced, and the terminology used is consistent within the field, and one that'll be beneficial to us to examine exactly what's going on.
Any other member wish to comment on it? I know Senator Marston's bill had a letter to go to finance, and we've rolled his into Senator Sasla's. There was not one. So, Senator Hanger, do you want to look at this since Marston's bill had one, or? Okay. All right. Committee operates a plan.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator McDougal.
Mr. Chairman, and this is for David. This is not so much on the policy, but on lines, I guess it's 42 to 46, do we usually say report to the General Assembly, or do we say clerk of the Senate and clerk of the House of Delegates, or do we do it always? I mean, in multiple ways.
Mr. Chair, Senator McDougal, it's pretty inconsistent. Sometimes it's General Assembly, sometimes it's the clerk's office, sometimes it's a specific chairman of a specific committee. So I think it's fine either way as long as it hits whatever y'all.
Mr. Chairman, maybe this is a little parochial on behalf of our body. I think it ought to say clerk of the Senate and clerk of the House, because General Assembly, there's no General Assembly entity to receive that, where if you say clerk of the House and Senate.
I didn't understand.
I'm not saying we haven't done it this way, I just prefer the other way.
Mr. Chair, Senator McDougal, so the relevant language, I guess, for that part of it, I didn't realize that's where you're going with it, where it talks about the division of legislative automated systems for the processing. They have like a whole procedure of how these things, you know, who you submit it to, how they're posted online. So that's kind of the standard boilerplate language that we use so that they'll know who to send it to. And
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I think I would still be happier if it said submitted annual report to the governor, clerk of the Senate, clerk of the House of Delegates, to be published pursuant to the procedures of the Division of Legislative Automated Services.
So with that amendment, you'll vote for the bill?
Well, I think regardless of my personal feelings on the policy, I think to make sure that if it does ultimately get approved, that it needs to be, that part needs to be.
All right. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd note also, this is this is twice a year, so that's going to be a lot of paper being pushed to all 140 members if it stays General Assembly.
Senator Favola.
I think, although Senator McDougal said published, he may have meant posted. Annual report to the governor, the General Assembly, and clerk of the Senate, and the clerk of the House has provided in the procedures of the Division of Legislative Automated Systems. So it'll end up being posted, but they'll be notified. I think that's
We
your
okay with
intent.
that? Okay, David, you got it? Okay, so in theory, we all just heard what it's going to do, and David will make those changes for those amendments. So the amendments are before us. Do I have a motion for the amendments?
Move to report.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the amendments. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Yes, sir.
If I could just respond briefly to one comment by the DOC, that what was said was correct. The ACA standard is 22 hours or more within a 24-hour period. And my understanding is the DOC objects to and would defer to the ACA definition being included in the bill because exactly what was said, that the ACA standard may change, and they want the flexibility to adapt to that. We would object to that because the ACA standard may change. And it is my understanding that it's the preference of the legislature to avoid deferring to third parties to decide, particularly with data collection, what those standards will be and not set that number itself. That's what you would be doing if you accept this, is deferring to a third party to set that standard rather than setting it yourselves.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we're not experts on that, Mr. Chairman. That's the problem.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Without any more discussion, committee will vote. Nothing. You're out on that one.
All right, thank you.
You have one more,
Thank you.
I
I'll
think.
got one more. This is somewhat stirred up.
1772.
Yeah, it's the sheriffs are opposed to what I'm doing. I don't know if all of them are, but certainly probably a majority. I don't want to mislead you all. I had this brought to my attention that, this thing of shackling pregnant, people. And the sheriffs have told me that they don't do that. And I put a whole lot of what they do or don't do in the bill. And you may notice as you read in here, where virtually all the things that I mandate in the bill, there's an unless at the bottom of the paragraph or section, which says if, unless they deem there's a safety problem or something like that. So, for instance, they can restrain them, even, I guess in delivery, but the doctor can override and say no. And they said in no case has anybody ever shackled. I quite frankly, I think that they're worried about a whole lot of nothing because, like I said, there's all kinds of exceptions that are written in here that if these people would be a danger to themselves, a danger to somebody else, or a flight risk. I find it rather hard to believe, though, that somebody who's in the delivery room is a flight risk. So anyway, you have the bill. I don't know.
Senator Seslaw, I do have a question for you.
Sure.
And maybe it's more for David, references code section. But would this code section, line 13A, apply to road deputies or police officers in the performance of effecting an arrest out on the street with an individual who, once they're placed under arrest and put in
This
custody?
deals with pregnant offenders.
I got it, but it's also saying any prisoner committed or transferred to the department. So I'm taking them, I've arrested them, I don't know if they're pregnant or not on the street, and I take them to the
It says who is
ADC.
known to be pregnant, if you notice. It says who is known to be pregnant.
But my question, I guess, is how is a police officer on the street supposed to make that
Well,
determination?
she's showing, I guess.
Senator Saslaw, I've arrested a lot of ladies that I didn't know were pregnant by looking at them, and some that maybe I assumed were. What happens?
Oh, I made that mistake once.
What happens?
Oh, I bet.
What happens if I shackle them? And am I potentially setting myself up? And this is a legitimate question. Am I setting myself up for a department to get sued because I shackled a pregnant woman and I didn't know it in the performance of my duties as a police officer?
Well, I'm not an attorney. I doubt if you would be, because it says here known to be pregnant, and your out would be you didn't know she was pregnant. No, it says known to be pregnant.
David, you want to I spend too much time on courts of justice, I guess.
Mr. Chair, unless the folks in the executive branch agency intend on construing it otherwise, it looks to me that this would only apply to a prisoner who is committed or transferred to the department. So you're talking about someone who has either been committed directly to or transferred over to a state correctional facility, if you're looking at the terms of 53.1-36.1, and basically do the same thing in the context of local correctional facilities when you look down at 53.1-70.2.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator McDougal.
David, aren't you committed to the department as soon as the judge signs that order saying you were found guilty of a felony? So you're still at the courthouse and you're in the courtroom, and that would mean when the judge enters the order, found you guilty of whatever, driving on suspended third offense. DUI third offense. We'll sentence you to 5 years and suspend all but the mandatory 1 year in prison. And when you leave the courtroom, you've been committed to the department.
But you still have to know if she's pregnant.
Well, Mr. Chairman, what if we do know? How are you, every case that I've ever been involved in, if somebody is incarcerated, when they leave the courtroom for security of the courthouse, they're in handcuffs. And so that would be prohibited under this, correct? Mr. Chairman, I very much respect.
Unless, it says, unless there's a flight risk or a danger.
Mr. Chairman, I respect what Senator Sasslaw is, as I think, attempting to do, but the security logistics that we're going to say every security direction I've seen, if you're incarcerated in a courtroom setting and for security of the courthouse, there's no determination individually, because somebody hasn't been found guilty yet, of whether you're that type of risk or not before you're handcuffed. So, Mr. Chairman,
Okay, it says here, in the very first paragraph, restraints shall not be used on any prisoner, committed or transferred to the department who is known to be pregnant unless the individualized determination is made that the prisoner is a flight risk or a danger to herself or the totality of the circumstances create a serious risk. It allows, a lot of leeway.
Senator McDougal.
Mr. Chairman, when you're in the courthouse, most of our courthouses, well, I don't want to say most, a number of them are not newer. And when you're in the courtroom, you leave and you either go through a public area or by judges' offices till you get to a secure area. So you're going through areas that are not secure. The standard procedure for safety for everybody, regardless of what you are, would to be in handcuffs while you're making that transition to a secure area. So I'm trying to say what Senator Sasslaw, I think, is articulated. I'm hearing that, but what this does is any situation once you've been committed, if you're transporting from one correctional facility to another, every other inmate in that transportation would be in handcuffs. And so I think it's really broad how this would be applied as it's written.
Can we maybe hear from the sheriffs?
Sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
I got you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Let me just talk a little bit about the history of this issue. It was brought to the General Assembly in the House about, I want to say, 3 years ago. And all of the advocates came down, and what ended up happening, the bill was referred to the Board of Corrections. So that year, and it hadn't been very long, the sheriffs, the regional jails, the medical professionals, the ACLU, the members of the Board of Corrections, and DOC, we sat around the table, it seemed like for a whole summer, working through and developing standards to deal with this. So there are basically three kinds of standards. One deals with transportation of pregnant inmates outside of the secure area. One deals with during labor and delivery. and one deals with postpartum. And so we have standards for jails that deal with all of those. And currently, under no circumstances do you use waist chains. And, you know, everybody was saying we were shackling inmates. That doesn't happen. We've had to restrain inmates, pregnant inmates that came into the jail doing damage to themselves. They're on drugs, they have mental health issues. Sometimes you just have to restrain inmates. So now under the bill, the second part of the bill applies to sheriffs. The first part of it applies to DOC. And I'm trying to imagine a situation where you would have very many pregnant inmates in DOC. It takes at least a year to get there. So I'm not sure how that even applies to anything. But if you look down on line 35, that's dealing with the jails. And there are a couple of points I want to make. The restraints in line 36. Deputy sheriffs and police officers, when they make that arrest on the street, they may need to restrain someone, and they are in a correctional facility the minute they roll that patrol car into the sally port.
That's what I was getting at.
So it's going to apply on the arrest on the street. That's one issue. The next issue with the bill is on line 41, and it says, as Senator Saslaw says, an individual determination can be made, but if you read on down on line 41, it says, but in no instance shall waist chain and belts, we agree with that, that's already the law, it's in jail standards. In no instance shall leg or ankle straits. Now that's where it goes further than the law now. So basically what it says is we're pretty much bound to do nothing but hold these people. You can't use leg or ankle, and sometimes you just have to do that, unfortunately.
So Mr. Jones is a former police officer. I often had female prisoners try to attempt to kick the back window out of my cruiser, and I would have to use a hobble device in order to keep their legs from kicking my windows out. So this bill would eliminate that opportunity to keep them from kicking windows out?
You couldn't use a leg or ankle restraint.
Anybody have a question?
Mr. Chairman, I just thought about this. Mr. Jones, if you're given a more than 1 year sentence, which makes you eligible for Department of Corrections, the judge suspends that sentence, you're on probation. Your probation officer issues a PB-15, which is arrest warrant for your violation of that probation. Is that not a warrant for your arrest and commitment because it's on a felony violation? Department of Corrections? Maybe, I'm just thinking this through, maybe Senator Servell has a thought on if that would be a commitment, defined as commitment, or transfer.
Go ahead, Senator Servell.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't paying any attention.
Okay, all right. My two attorneys that typically respond.
Well, Mr. Chairman, my original concern was more about courtroom settings and security and that, but as I'm listening to Mr. Jones, I think this might be even, it's a possibility it could be interpreted broader than I first thought.
Senator Saslaw, it looks like your bill is one way or the other. Do you feel like you put enough time in it? We got one more meeting. So do you want some more time to refine it? I'd be happy to.
I can look at it and see if we can make it better. At the bottom, just says, anytime it's determined that restraints are needed, security staff shall, okay. All right, let me see what we can do.
Okay, without objection.
When's your next meeting?
Friday? It'll be next Friday.
Okay.
So without objection, that bill will go by till next Friday. Okay. I think we're going to start with members' bills now. Senator Favola, are you ready to go on your bills? Yes, sir. Okay. Do you want to start with 1135, Senator Favola? Yes. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, 1135, I think you probably have an amendment before you, which.
Hold on one second. Do we have that, David?
Do you have that?
can I take a motion on the amendment? It's been moved and seconded to adopt the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the amendment in front of me, but I know what it does. It essentially tells the Department of Social Services that they need to inform the state if there is a foster child with a developmental disability, so that the Community Services Board may screen the child for placement on the Family and Individual Supports waiver list. And I apologize, I said the local Department of Social Services shall notify the appropriate Community Services Board, not the state. This is the way it's supposed to work. Apparently, the local social services departments have not always informed their community services boards. And what has happened is, on occasion, we've come up and with a crunch time, a foster youth would be aging out of foster care, but would need a special group home or supervised housing setting. And so, again, we provide that service now. There's no fiscal impact. It's requiring that there be more of a planning effort put in so the community services boards can actually plan for our foster youth who have developmental disabilities. It's very straightforward. My earlier bill perhaps would have had a fiscal impact. The department asked me to put in the substitute.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have a question for Senator Favola from the dais? Okay. Is there anybody that wishes to speak either for or against the bill in its current form as drafted? Any local DSS? Okay. You're not here? All right. Committee operates on motion. It's been moved and seconded that we report Senate Bill 1135 in the nature of a substitute. Clerk, call the roll.
Scott, vote for me.
14-0. Your next bill is 1145.
Senate Bill 1145.
And that will have to go to finance.
Yes, it will. This came out of the Commission on Youth. We had looked into sort of reforms to TANF / the VIEW program. So this would apply to an individual who was a former TANF recipient, is actually in the VIEW program, and that's the Virginia Initiative for Employment, Not Work. The only thing this bill does is it allows for child support services and case management services for a 12-month period while the recipient is going to school. The current law only provides those services if the recipient is working, but the goal that we're all trying to achieve is to enable our TANF recipients to become self-sufficient, to be able to gain the skills and knowledge to achieve jobs that really pay a decent wage so they can support their families. And the way to do this is to allow to support them while they go to school. So that's the beginning and end of the bill.
So, Senator Favola, does this address distance learning if you're enrolled in a higher education post-secondary school via the internet? Would this apply under that circumstance?
Well, it says in an accredited public institution of higher ed or other post-secondary school licensed or accredited by the Board of Education or the State Council of Education. So it would, if some distance learning programs are licensed, it would be covered.
Okay. Do any members have a question for Senator Favola on what this bill is going to do?
Do we know what the impact's going to be, financial impact?
No.
I did put a budget amendment in for this as well. And I want to note that this would be funded out of TANF funds, not general funds.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. What? Yeah. It looked like you have either a support element behind you or somebody's against you. You wish to speak to the bill?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Hi.
I'm Tony Washington with the Department of Social Services. Just saying that we want to thank Senator Favola for carrying this bill, and just want to say that the administration supports the bill.
Great, thank you. You're okay. You're good. Okay, so Senator Mason made a motion to report and refer to finance. Senator Pike has seconded it. All those in favor of the bill, vote. Yeas 12, nays
Thank
1,
you, Mr.
abstention
Chairman.
1. Okay. Senator Mason, you want to take up the remainder of your bills? And then I'll have Senator D-Steph take the chair. And
So let's start, Mr. Chairman, if you will, with 1409. I owe an apology to Mr. May and the Department of Forestry because we've got substitutes of everything. And my extended family in Richmond and I did a pretty poor job on a couple of these. But this one, 1409, it makes one change on line 42. No assisted living facility can operate under the supervision of acting administrator. And this section more than, instead of one time, 2 times a year without authorization by the department. So I think it's a workforce development situation, sir. If you fire somebody or they leave for another job, at this point, you can only do it once before you get permission from the department now. They're asking to be able to do it twice before you have to get permission from the department, and that's the bill.
So I make a motion to approve the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Do I have a second? Okay, it's been seconded. All those in favor of the substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, you heard the bill. Do you have any witnesses, anything? Nobody left?
I beg your pardon?
Julia Carlo Hammond on behalf of the Virginia Assisted Living Association. We have workforce issues like everybody else, and so this helps not just if somebody leaves or is fired, but also if somebody has to go out on chemo treatments for cancer, et cetera, that we would have the flexibility to do what we can to make sure that they're able to get what they need, but not having to remove them because we can bring them back and forth. So I believe there's no opposition to our bill, but I know the agency needs a copy of the substitute.
Y'all okay? You okay?
We'll come back to it. Just don't hang out. Before everybody goes, we'll enroll it and then roll it back.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no other discussion, I move to report.
Okay.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to report the bill. Committee will vote. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second bill is Senate Bill 1410. That also has a substitute. I move the substitute.
I'll second it. All those in favor of the substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. go
This
ahead.
one, Mr. Chairman, I really got a D- in drafting. The gentleman from the Alzheimer's Association had to double his heart medication on day 1 on this one. But we changed, it doesn't do anything under 20, well, all right, so what it does is, at this point, you have 2 people on duty at night, awake and servicing dementia patients. So there were places that had 21, 22 patients and had to hire an entire full-timer. So what they've done is just added 2 or 3. So you have to have 2 direct care staffers awake and qualified to do the job under 22 people. And then you see the scale. From 23 to 32 residents, you have to have 3, 33 to 40, you have to have 4, and over 40, you gotta have
Gotcha.
at least 4. So it just adds a couple, so when you have 21, 22 people, you don't have to go out and hire another full-time staffer.
I got you. There's some, looks like either for or against the bill. If you'll step up, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Judy Hackler. I'm Executive Director for the Virginia Assisted Living Association. We are supporting this bill in relation to the workforce shortages that the industry is experiencing. As you know, many industries are experiencing workforce dilemmas, and so that's something that we're looking forward to continue looking how do we improve. But in the meantime, this would allow for the workforce issues to be covered a little bit, as well as to allow for the communities to be able to receive residents on emergency placements without having to try to either turn them away or to try to find staff in the middle of the night to cover for the emergency placement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Okay.
I move to report, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the bill be reported. All those in favor, please vote aye. Senator Mason, your last bill.
Yes, sir. Mr. It's your report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 1720, this one's actually in its normal form. I did not want to do this one the other day when we were doing the Family First and represented it was a part of the work group and the discussion. It was not. But, Mr. Chairman, this piggybacks off your work on foster care and speaks to kinship care. And I'll just read you the couple of lines. So in other words, we're just trying to make sure we exhaustively find any relative that could be qualified for kinship care.
So let me dogleg on your comments. In the original bill we pushed out of committee, there was a specific language in there that caveats that they must look for those kinship folks at least once a year because they weren't doing that. So this is in addition to that. And so I would make the motion to move the bill.
Second.
Okay. Anybody have any discussion on it? It's been moved and properly seconded to report the bill. All those in favor say aye. Vote in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. 15-0. Okay, I've got to do a little bit of administrative stuff before I present the last bill, and we'll get out of here for the weekend. So last week we voted 12-0 to roll SB 1140 into SB 1085, and then we passed 1085 by for the day. So today we voted to roll 1085 into SB 1777, which is Senator Saslaw's bill. So in order to make this clean and get it all chief patrons incorporated and co-patrons on the vehicle, I would like to reconsider the vote to report SB 1777.
So moved.
Okay. Is this a recorded vote, Marion? I can do a verbal. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to reconsider the vote to report SB 1777. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. I also make the motion to reconsider the vote to roll SB 1085 into 1777. I would make the motion. Is it seconded? It's been seconded. All those in favor to reconsider the vote to roll SB 1085 and 1777 say aye. Aye. Okay. I also am making the motion to reconsider the vote to roll SB 1140 into SB 1085. Make that motion. It's been properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Okay, now we're going to vote to incorporate. You ready for this one? SB 1140 and SB 1085 into Senate Bill 1777, listing all those patrons as chief co-patrons. The committee will vote. Yeah.
I think we were voting to incorporate. The board says report with substitute.
It's a substitute now because we unrolled it and now we're re-rolling it.
Right, but the screen doesn't say incorporate, it says report. I thought we we're just incorporating right now.
Go ahead and strike it.
There we go.
We can, to report 1777 as a substitute with the others.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
So a substitute, it's not really a substitute, it's an incorporated bill, but it's.
The motion is to incorporate those two into 1777.
But the system knows it as a substitute, even though it's not changing them. It's just incorporating those other patrons into the bill, which is why it shows as a substitute up here. I'm not sure if we voted as an incorporated. Will the system recognize that correctly? This is incorporating that. Okay.
So as we work through our IT issues, okay, we're gonna have a problem if we do it this way. So are you what?
It's all fine. It's report with a substitute. It's all we did. Whenever there's things incorporated, yes. The incorporation
Okay.
is a totally separate item. And you'll
Right.
see that online.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. To vote to incorporate SB 1140 and SB 1085 into SB 1777, committee will vote. Okay, and now we're going to vote. That was 15 yeas, 0 nays. And now we're going to vote to report SB 1777 as a substitute with SB 1085, SB 1140 incorporated into 1777. Is that right? Okay, we just did that. Okay, I'm just making sure. All right, okay, we're done with that. Okay, we've got one more bill left. It's my bill. It has to do with the security freeze on the credit report. This is part of the additional foster care work that we had. If it's okay with the committee, I will yield the mic to Senator D. Steph to chair the last bill. 1253. If we report the bill, it's got to go to finance.
Mr. Chairman, over to you. Senator
Get
Reeves.
to it. Let me find it. Where the hell is it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill what it does is, as a federal law dictates that when a child's in foster care at age 14, that the state must do annual credit checks and fix issues with the child's credit that are discovered. Now, Virginia, we follow the federal law. Fixing someone's credit after the fact, it can be very costly and time-consuming, and issues still rise. So what we are trying to do is, now that we have the Fair Credit Reporting Act that makes security freezes free, that we are trying to have our foster parents that are trying to protect their foster care children to make sure that their credit, when they get out of the system, isn't screwed up. We're trying to do that. And so the state's trying to do that exact same thing. And so there's going to be a cost associated with that. So we're trying to, are you putting a timer on me? I moved to report my bill. 1 minute. I'm doing a horrible job at doing this bill. I got it right here in front of me if you would like me to read it. But basically what it's doing is it's allowing our DSS folks that are running foster care to be able to freeze these credit reports, which cost money to do, for these kids that are in foster care, so when they age out, their credit's not getting screwed up. That's the bill, Mr. Chairman, and there's a cost associated with that, and if we report the bill, it's got to go to finance.
Perfect. Is there anyone who would like to speak in
There is
favor?
a substitute.
I'm sorry?
That fixes that.
As you
I made the
were?
substitute. Second.
Okay, we have the substitute properly moved and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Back to you, Senator Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, the substitute addressed a couple of the other issues. Dave, if you want to cover them, if it's critical to explain, but I think they were more technical than anything.
Mr. Chair, yeah, and that's correct. It was basically a couple of technical cleanups made pursuant to the request of the Department of Social Services to make sure that certain things stay in compliance with federal regulations, even though it would result in us freezing the credit and still doing credit checks. That's what we would be required to get federal funding, so we fixed it in the bill.
Great.
So, with that, Mr. Chairman, I would request that we report the bill and refer the substitute to finance.
We have some folks behind you, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to have all those in favor please come forward and speak. Thumbs up, wave, jumping jacks, push-ups, whatever you want to do. Okay. Anyone in opposition? Hearing none.
And re-refer.
Those were properly moved to reported and properly seconded. All in favor, please, on the substitute.
Okay, the substitute.
Correct. And re-refer to finance.
So moved.
Okay. So that report, that bill reports in is re-referred to finance with 15 yeas and 0 nays. Does that complete the business of the committee? Yes. With that, the committee will rise.